Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Wednesday night. A good Wednesday, Thursday, guys. Tonight on the Dibs, we're going to be trying to see if we can get some normal games or we get some weird games. Who knows? It's Schrodinger's DVD. Weird being, i.e., cheating. Yeah, the usual suspects, guys. Yep. You guys are having a good evening, though. Oh, jeez. Good, guys. Line, good evening, dude. Oh my god. Music? 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 Good. Hmm. Alrighty, guys. So probably not playing Doctor tonight. We'll see. We had some really weird games yesterday. It's like every other game. We got like a normal game, and then we get like a cheat lobby. And a cheat lobby didn't necessarily mean we were getting like a 0K or whatever. We still ended up. I think the worst we got yesterday was 2K. It was like going back and forth between cheat lobbies and normal lobbies. Very, very fucking weird. Supposedly there was an anti-cheat update for DBD. According to Twitter. Remove crosses because they're a spiritual symbol? Because British Red Cross started going after game developers for using the Red Cross symbol in games, claiming it violates both the Geneva Convention and the Geneva Conventions Act of 1957. Use of Red Cross and Red Crescent and Red Crystal are protected under the international law that covered under the Geneva Convention to specifically identify someone as an aid worker or a safe place such as a hospital. That means be protected from wartime activity. I mean, the medkit's in danger too? It's because we haven't had an update since TF2? Because we haven't had an update since 2017. International law, they take it way too seriously. You have too many glasses, guys, and you don't know whether or not you have the right pair of glasses on. sure I got the right pair on. Fucking bitch, they're my new ones though. Ah, I know I can tell. They have scratches on them across the center. There. Fucker, guys. Interesting. They have like a brown hue to them. I don't know why. I think this might be my old glasses. I'm not sure. I see. Fuck. was wearing them earlier today. I was like, huh, are these the wrong glasses? It's always a good sign when you can't tell. Fuck me. Fuck. Good. Well, we're looking for the DVD Twitter post. DVD Twitter. Deployed a patch last week to prevent some of the most common cheats, and have reported. This is yesterday. Deployed a patch last week. Those common cheats we have reported will continue to link before security updates. Yeah, this guy right here. Hmm? Oh yeah? Boobies? Attaching CG head to a real body. Upvotes. They haven't fixed Shiva's voice. Said you get rid of common cheats, but Bubba is still in the game. Yeah? Can confirm several of the Steam accounts I reported were banned within the last 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 days. All manual bans aren't real bans. Keeping tabs on that shit. I don't know how you know if they're banned from Dead by Daylight versus just banned on Steam. Banned on Steam wouldn't be the same thing. Being banned in a game won't get you banned on Steam. VAC bans will show up in your account if it's a VAC ban. That's a Steam anti-cheat thing, and BH4 does not use Steam. So I'm not sure how they get banned. How they'd know. Several of the Steam accounts I reported were banned. What? Oh yeah? Crossplay or merge system update. What the fuck is that? Dude, some people that talk about cheats have no fucking idea what they're talking about, guys, and it really fucking shows. I noticed, haven't gotten a cheater since. Yeah, okay. Hey, KSA. I feel like my report means nothing good. I've made tons and tons and tons of reports. Talking about cosmetics and stupid shit. So this might explain why we're getting some really fucking weird games since Monday. This is probably partially explain it. Y'all left Lightborn on by mistake. Unrelated. Just basically unrelated to everything. Fucking weird games, guys. Last 2 days. Very weird since Monday. They said last week they did this, so I'm not exactly sure what it means, because we get normal games-ish, and then we get, like, just a full-blown cheater lobby. Don't know. Don't know, guys. Let's take a look at the tubes. An A717 16GB limited edition GP review and benchmark. This is what we've been waiting for, guys. Oh, buddy. Let's take a peek. I'm going to get my coffee. You're back. Okay. Let's see how terrible the A770 is. Oh, there's also Critical Drinker. We'll wait on that, though. A770 is much more important. The Intel GPU we've been waiting for years. It was supposed to come out last fall and didn't. It was supposed to come out last spring and didn't. It was supposed to come out this summer and didn't. And now it's out, apparently. Let's see.
Reviewing the Intel Arc A770 video card. It is the limited edition 16GB card, not actually limited, a small asterisk there. And the best way to summarize the impending review you're going to watch is big oof. It's because the A770 still has basically all of the driver problems that the Arc A380 had that we reviewed, except the A380 wasn't really supposed to exist as a standalone card. It was just supposed to be in OEM systems in a couple of places in Asia. And it's a little bit different when you roll something out that's far more expensive. It's intended for standalone system use, and it still has all the driver problems. So that's part of what we're talking about today. Now, one of the other interesting aspects here is that Intel is competing on price. So they are only talking about NVIDIA in any of their presentation slides, ignoring AMD's existence. That is because AMD also competes on price. NVIDIA doesn't do this. They compete on quality, and they charge whatever the hell they want, clearly. So we're going to be talking about that today and going over the $350 16GB A770 as it relates to things like $240, $250 cards that are sometimes better. Before that, this video is brought to you by the not getting display when you plug them in sometimes. So not the easiest card to work with for benchmarking, which already means we're not really going to recommend it to a wide audience, maybe an enthusiast audience that's more willing to deal with troubleshooting and being the beta tester. And we talked about this with the A380, where Intel needs to pick up some initial users to start rolling and get the drivers working.
My dick.
So no? It is the chicken or the egg problem. It's just that you don't want to be, I don't know if it's the egg or the chicken. You don't want to be the one that has to do all the driver research. I don't know. This doesn't work with the chicken or the egg anymore. You don't want to be the beta tester. So sometimes this card looks pretty good. We'll look at that. But for the most part, things like the AMD RX 6600, the RX 6600 XT, they put up a really strong fight. It's against NVIDIA where Intel does look good, and that makes sense, because again, they don't really seem to care about price. They just charge whatever, and then people buy it. But we need to talk about pricing first, then we'll get into drivers and then performance. We put together a really simple just list of cards, really for our own reference, and we'll show that on the screen, but just averaging 3 random cards on Newegg and Amazon in the US versus the MSRP for stuff that's out now. We saw that these days, the RX 6600 XT, it's about $323 averaged. Its launch MSRP was $380. So that makes it a direct competitor to the A770, 8 and 16 gigabyte. The 8 gigabyte model of the A770 is $330. The A750 we'll review soon. That'll be a separate video. That's $290. Intel has a better chance there for a value argument. And then for other AMD competition, the most obvious would be the RX 6600. That's $100 cheaper than the A770.
This is the last generation cards, by the way. New generation's coming out.
Random ones right
like
now. Got some NVIDIA prices on there as well. The 3060 is probably the closest comparison that Intel goes up against. And to be clear, the average prices we pulled, those are for new in-box cards available at retail, not like eBay or something. Just before any of these companies try to complain about that and claim that it was secondhand. It's not. That's new in box. So driver's still bad. Let's start here. Last time with the A380, we talked about how one of our monitors did not work with the A380, and it was just a black screen. And we also showed a clip of how the screen was sized like basically 4 inches by 3 inches on the 28-inch display, and that's what we had to work with. Now it's gotten worse. We have 3 monitors we've now tested. We decided to cycle a bunch of monitors through just because we knew these were problematic already, and so thought we'd validate it. There's 3 we have here at least, and we don't have that
guy's
many
literally all here.
That just either had a black screen, so no display out, or they were fixable, but they were black screen up until you could boot and get the drivers installed. If you ask, well, how do you get the drivers installed if you can't see? It's easy for us because we have a lab full of stuff. We can do whatever we want. But if you're an end user, you buy this card, and that's your display device, and you don't have an IGP or onboard video, anything like that, you're kind of screwed. So we had problems with drivers. There's no fan control, so that's really frustrating. We had to get a beta version of the Arc control package to control the fans on the video card that is being sold at retail to actual customers.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. This will be available at retail in 1 week on October 12th, and you cannot change the speed of the fans. Afterburner doesn't read it, doesn't know what to do with it. Precision obviously doesn't work, RIP. And Intel Arc Control doesn't work either. In fact, it's not even an option in Arc Control.
Don't think most people are going to
give us
control
a
fans, so it
special
doesn't really
version
matter much.
That will eventually go out.
It's
So
like benchmarking.
This is an incomplete product.
Overclocking
We are
thing.
reviewing a product that is not finished. We don't generally like doing that because it doesn't turn out well for the product, even if it will eventually be good. See RTX 20 series. RTX games didn't ship for 55 days. We told everyone just buy a 10 series card. Additional problems. So some games are broken. Here's a list. This is actually from Intel's own patch notes to us, and these are the ones that they mostly fixed with a driver update here in the final days before the reviews went up. But we ran into other issues still, and DirectX 11 with Rainbow Six Siege is one of them. You'll see that later. We've also noticed that the fans always spin, and it's because of either the SoC temperature or the idle load or something, but they were off when we first powered it on. We installed the drivers, and then they didn't stop spinning. That was true on now 4 different test benches with 2 different operating systems and 3 different motherboards types. So they're not supposed to do that, but they do, and that's just the tagline for the Arc. Next thing, the Arc overlay is still really obnoxious to interact with. It's still an overlay, so it's like the Steam overlay, except your entire screen at desktop. So even though the actual Arc control window takes up this amount of space on your screen that is this amount of space, you can't do anything with the rest of the screen, like take notes or write down things that you want to tweak or tune or overclock or whatever, because it is a complete overlay. Additionally, when we opened Arc control the first time on 2 test benches, it opened with 3 errors in the top right corner. Great start, Intel.
Thank you, Papa. Yeah.
We had other driver and control package issues too, but we'll talk about those in a separate video.
Old
We
people
wanted
trying
to
to be
front load
hip.
at least these notes because it really sets the stage for what is it? Why is the price so good compared to, say, NVIDIA, if you ignore AMD's existence? That's why. That's the answer. We wanted to get that out there early because the reality of all of this is the performance is kind of irrelevant if any of the things that we just stated will really annoy you about this product. You just don't buy it at that point. Because just like we said with the RTX series, we don't review the future. Our job isn't to review what is this going to be like when it goes through its own AMD renaissance of driver updates like AMD did with Adrenaline or whatever it was. So that's what you need to know. That means this is going to be an incredibly frustrating card.
Is that a throw? Is that a throw at me for pointing out that maybe they should take into consideration upgradability of video cards? Nah, that's a completely different argument, right?
At some point, at least.
Oh, by the way, before I forget, guys, I was watching our friend Winter earlier here tonight. You know, our friend that never mentions us, but completely copies a lot of my playstyle. And apparently, he's become oddly aware of how lightweight works, but he completely fucked it up. Where he started talking about how scratch marks appear on walls and ceilings, but don't appear on the ground. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I've never heard a single other streamer point that out except for myself. Yeah, just throwing that out there. Good friend Winter, Yeah, completely denies my existence, but somehow just keeps talking about... So that was a culmination where I talk about erratic scratch marks, guys. Erratic scratch marks and then lightweight are 2 different ways. Lightweight does not function in the same way as erratic scratch marks. Erratic scratch marks will remove swaths of scratch marks only on the ground, which is a bug and might get fixed in the future. It only removes them on the ground, but what you'll see is scratch marks remain on the wall. So in, let's say examples where you have blotches that are just missing in a row because it's a cheat, and it removes a lot more than lightweight does, and they'll use lightweight to cover it up, by the way. It removes 3 in a row. You'll notice there's scratch marks still on the wall, and sometimes even on the ceiling, depending on the height of the ceiling, which is completely weird as shit because that's not the way that lightweight works. Lightweight, for instance, will make scratch marks lighter, and sometimes a splotch will be missing, but not usually. Lightweight is not hard to follow in any way, shape, or form. Besides that, the scratch mark cutting out earlier. That's only... So maybe if they have a really big lead on you, you won't be able to follow their trail. Not that that's usually an issue in the first place. But yeah, erratic scratch marks, on the other hand, will have giant splotches that are missing on the ground, but they'll still be on the wall. That was in one of my videos and something I talked about. And weirdly enough, apparently Winter was talking about it I guess he just started noting. So, Winter, your bro, yeah. My bro from UK, yeah, that just doesn't talk about basically his senpai, his his gamer daddy that gives him all his tips and tricks that he plays with. Yeah. Fucking weird. I noticed it earlier tonight when he started talking about scratch marks on the wall but not on the ground, and I was like, And then he fucked it up because he said lightweight does it, and that's not what lightweight does, by the way. That's one of the differences between erratic scratch marks and how you can differentiate the erratic scratch mark cheat from lightweight. Yeah.
You are not an experienced user, or you're recommending a card more likely for an inexperienced user. So those are the people who definitely should not be buying an ARC card, period. And we'll talk about the 750 later. But enough of all that. Let's get into some of the testing. GPU thermals will start us off. For this, we use a custom benchmarking scene to load the GPU with a consistent and sustained gaming workload.
Funny stuff, guys. Juxtaposition,
the card, so it's as
wall
it
scratch
performs
marks,
out of the box. Intel's VBIOS will set a
pushing
temperature
people out of
target
the exit
and make
gates
the
so you don't
fans
need to
follow
look at
that
them.
target, which means we also need noise tests, and we have those to evaluate whether Intel can
doesn't do
design
that
a
anymore. I
cooler
told
and
you guys that,
VBIOS
though.
competently enough to handle a 200+ watt card. Here's the chart. The A770 GPU took about 380 seconds, or maybe 6 minutes or so,
Always
to
ahead
hit
of the curve,
steady
guys.
state and level out at 72 degrees Celsius for the core temperature. It occasionally dithered, but mostly stayed at 72 degrees. Now, whether Intel is exposing GPU edge or something more similar to NVIDIA's numbers isn't really detailed yet. So we can't compare these numbers like for like with AMD or with NVIDIA directly. But we can make judgments based on Intel's own clock behavior and against board partners as they launch, if they ever launch. The memory thermals reported by software logged about 80 degrees Celsius, so that's acceptable for GDDR6 and no problem there. We'll wire this up separately for a more in-depth analysis of the thermomechanical stuff in the future, but from initial numbers, it does look acceptable. The power density is low enough that this cooler can handle it on its auto settings, so that's overall good as well. And that's important because Intel doesn't really have much in the way of board partners right now, although we hear EVGA might be available. Of course, none of that actually means anything in a vacuum. It's just a temperature number. So we need to understand the noise levels, and for that, we need to understand the fan speed. Here's that chart we just looked at, except now we're adding the RPM to the right axis. The A770 started out where it was idling for us most times, which is about 550 RPM or so. It's inaudible, though. As soon as the workload started, the fan instantaneously ramped. There isn't much hysteresis on load start, and the fan ramps to the peak of its default curve at the same time as steady state levels out for thermals. Not surprising. We suspect VBIOS is set that the fan will follow, so a hotter case or higher ambient will run a higher RPM, and therefore higher noise for this card. Speed levels out at 1800 RPM in our test environment, which ends up averaging 1750 or so. We'd normally do noise level testing in 5% increments for fan speed, and while Intel did eventually provide special tools for this, it came in too late for the review, and it's a special tool, so at some level it sort of doesn't matter anyway because users can't control it. The left column of this very simple table shows the status of the card during the data logging period.
I highly suspect MSI Afterburner is going to have fan control. I don't think that's a future product, i.e. something that may or may not exist. It's definitely just going to happen.
And therefore, there's no data to be had here from idle with this card. Our room noise floor is 26 dBA. So in those conditions, it's functionally silent. At 70C and 30 seconds into our workload, the card ramps to 1400 RPM and total noise climbs to 34.4 dBA as a result at 20 inches distance. This is with all other system fans off, so the GPU fan is the only thing producing noise not only on the system but in the room. This trend continued, going to 36.2 at 1500 RPM, 37 a little above that, and peaking at about 38 dBA. That's fine. We don't have any major complaints about that because we found most AIB partners tune their temperature target and fan curve to land them in the 38 to 40 dBA range in our test environment, so this is in line with everyone else. Intel has at least done well in this regard. It'd be better if users could control the fan, as there's headroom to back off the fan speed, and ultimately this design is not sophisticated, and partners will be able to do better, probably for the same price, but we'll revisit that as it becomes more relevant. For now, it's the only A770 we've actually seen, so that's all we can really base it on. For power tests, we'll look at that in the near future, and with the A750, we'll look at it as well. But for now, let's move on to flatness. We have a teardown that's coming up. You'll really want to see that, by the way. So we tested the flatness of the contact plate on the vapor chamber for the cooler. This is just something we do for video cards to see what is the quality of machining they're doing to make sure there's a good contact patch. And then we'll get into some of the other stuff. We have a whole separate mechanical discussion we want to do. But For the results here, it ended up being overall okay. It wasn't as impressive as most of the 30 series cards that we tested. However, versus say the 3080, you can see that the median box and the box and whisker plot for the A770 is much better than the 3080 FE was. And all that really means is that the point-to-point depth is relatively consistent across the plate of the vapor chamber. So that's a good thing. It's a good start on the machining side. The build is a nightmare for a different reason, but the machining on the contact plate was overall good, and thermals so far are mostly in control. Okay, on to the game testing. Total War Warhammer 3 is up first. This is tested with DX11 and the battle benchmark. It's also one of the best case scenarios for the ARC A770. It will only get worse from here, but we're gonna start on a strong foot for Intel. The A770 16GB card ran at 90 FPS spaced proportionally to that average.
Benchmark said it should be around 3060 or 3070.
Intel is still relatively new here. It has DX11
alleged rumors,
and it has driver problems. So frame time consistency is not a given with Intel, but it's still expected. That allows it to perform roughly equivalently to its direct price competitor from NVIDIA, the RTX 3060, which is currently a little more expensive. The A770 is also about equal
this is the high-end Intel card, by the way.
So clearly no point upgrading if you're on that or better. And it's about 12% ahead of the 6600 XT. Currently,
so kind of a weird thing here, guys, is Intel, this isn't the first foray into graphics. They've had integrated graphics forever, right? You think they would have ironed out a lot of their driver issues years ago, because they have to keep releasing drivers, and assumingly, like, you know, their Intel GPUs work with their integrated graphics work with games, right? But for some reason they don't really. I guess they just dropped the ball. Like, they aren't like a brand new company. They've been releasing integrated graphics drivers forever, right? And they had a standalone card like maybe 10 years ago too. But generally speaking, they've had integrated graphics in their stuff for probably 2 decades at this point, a long time. Yeah, very long time, 15 years.
$300 to $330 price range. The RX 6700 XT manages to outperform the A770 by 26% while selling for 9% more money on Amazon right now. That's a great deal for AMD, and frankly, you'd be better off going that route in this test. At least their driver problems have gotten smaller over the years. Before moving on, we'll point out the RTX 3050
they don't really have many driver
$300
problems.
option on Amazon. That's allowing the A770
have weird nuances, just
to
like
run
NVIDIA does.
45% ahead for about 17% more money. Comparatively, that's the better option than the 3050 if you can stretch the $50 for the A770, although the 6600 XT is also worth considering. 1440p gives us an idea for scaling with the same game settings. The 6700 XT maintains a 17% lead over the A770 here, dropping pretty hard from its previous 26% lead. The A770 is still about the same as an RTX 3060, with the lead over the 3050 climbing to 53% from 45%. Intel has a big architectural advantage as resolution increases, or you might be able to rephrase it as it has a disadvantage as resolution decreases. This is something we observed in our A380 previous review as well. Now we get into some of the games where it tips a little bit worse for Intel. In F1 2022 with DX12, the Intel A770 ran at 106 FPS average with lows at 63 and 60 FPS. That has it behind the RX 6600 non-XT, a far cheaper card at about $250 when we checked before filming, versus the $350 MSRP, if it hits that, of Intel's card while holding a 13% lead. That's a rough position for Intel to be in. Sure, versus the $378 3060, which has a 14% lead over Intel, the value looks better. It's at least competitive in that comparison. But we
generally,
can't let
I've been
Intel
recommending
manipulate the
NVIDIA graphics,
story
or not
into it
NVIDIA, AMD
just
graphics
being
cards
NVIDIA
for
versus Intel.
basically
There is
6000
another
series,
player, and it is AMD.
exclusively, and a little bit for the 5000
reality,
series.
AMD holds the same defender's advantage as
5700 XT was really good value.
Got all these drivers,
6000 series in general is just very good value.
So
Unless you're looking for
in this chart
ray
is
tracing,
losing for value when you look at AMD.
there's no reason to buy NVIDIA.
Also competes on price.
For me, I basically am kind of locked in
Intel is
NVIDIA
not
because
good
of the
enough
weird
to just
streaming
be better
setup I have.
value than NVIDIA when you have a third competitor. That's why it's so cool that there's 3 of them now, because this starts to happen where they actually need to plan against a third player in the market. So also the 6600 XT doesn't help Intel's case either. At 145 FPS average to Intel's 106, it's becoming noticeable, especially when you remember that this additional processing headroom on the 6600 XT can be reassigned to higher graphics settings or resolutions. You can get something for it. The 6600 XT's 37% lead is in exchange for less money at $323. The A770 has about the same performance as the RTX 2060 KO. It outperforms the RTX 3050 by 14%, and it offers a boost over the RX 580 of about 59%.
Doesn't gonna matter when you buy $200 3080s, right?
Anchor point. At 1440p, the A770
Let's see if they've went down at all in price, guys.
Tying the RTX 3060 and RTX 2070, but allowing the 6700 XT an embarrassingly strong lead at 53% ahead. Compared to lower-end options, the A770 leads the RTX 3050 by 20 FPS, or about 30%, establishing a better position than it had at 1080p. If Intel can ship big GPUs at some point, this architecture may really benefit it at 4K resolutions and at the high end, or the more expensive class.
They're going down.
Assuming at
oh
least
no,
the
that needs fans.
Stretches that
That
long.
doesn't count.
If you were to upgrade
$500
to the
still.
A770,
Fucking
something
weird.
like the RX 580 and
Hasn't
below
changed.
might make sense to move from, but these AMD options are looking
Like
a lot
it's like a
fiercer
bunch
than
of
they did just
video
a
cards
couple
just didn't
weeks
go
ago.
offline.
Moving to
with the ETH
4K
merge.
with F1 still, the
Fucking
A770
weird.
maintains a playable frame rate at about 60 FPS average, although its 1% lows are dipping, but still playable. The A770 pulls ahead of the 2070 and the 3060 alike, finally. We're missing the 6700 XT on this chart simply because we didn't have time to go back for it and run it again, but it'd still be ahead. We're just not sure how that percentage advantage would change. Shadow of the Tomb Raider is next, another DX12 game. This one has the A770 at 117 FPS average, with the lows appropriately spaced for the average FPS. And again, that's a good thing when it's not necessarily a given, and with Intel it's not, at least not yet. The 3060 leads the A770 marginally and by an amount that isn't noticeable to a player.
That's stuttering.
And given the price hike, it's not worth it, at least in this game. The RX 6600, though, embarrasses the A770. It's 8% better, and it's somewhere in the range of $100 cheaper, or approaching it. The 6600 XT pushes that to 26% better, while still being cheaper. At 1440p, the A770 is still roughly tied with the RTX 2070 and RTX 3060, but the RX 6600 now falls below the A770. That's good for Intel, and again, it reinforces its higher resolution strengths. The 6600 XT leads the A770 by 10% now, down from its 26% lead prior. So the RK770 and the ARC cards in general, as you'll see, does better at 1440p and at 4K, and phrased another way, Intel has maybe a 1080p problem, or you could say the AMD series cards have a 4K problem. NVIDIA seems a little more balanced now that we have the context of both of these together. It's still not establishing a value lead over AMD at 1440p. However, the gap is at least closing in Intel's favor with this resolution increase. It's also easier to justify the value versus an RTX 3060 in these charts, which explains why Intel has focused so much of its marketing energy against that card specifically. And now at 4K, the A770 maintains a mostly playable frame rate, and it could be tuned, while finally passing the RX 6600 XT. The 3060 falls behind here, allowing the A770 a lead of 16%. The 6700 XT keeps a lead, but also is reduced and now at a 28% advantage. Once again, we see the same thing where AMD has its known 1080p advantages, Intel has these newfound 4K 1440 advantages. We talked about the A380 in a preliminary sense, and because they are going in sort of two opposite directions, they're diverging as the resolution gets the lower or the upper bound of our testing, which depending on where you play for resolution, there's a clear benefit to one of those two vendors. Rainbow Six Siege is up now, and this one is brutal for Intel. It's on DX11 here. Most immediately, we need to point out the A380. In this most recent round of testing, where we collected all fresh data, new operating system, we used a different A380. It's still a gunnier card, but it's a different specific unit. We also have a new version of Rainbow Six Siege, but we're using the same graphic settings, resolution, all that stuff. We noticed performance decay only in this title on the A380, and simultaneously we noticed an introduction of some frame time inconsistencies with all ARC cards. In fact, all of the ARC cards, both of them on this chart, did very poorly here. We ran additional test passes, we confirmed the behavior, we did driver wipes and reinstalls, we used different benches, everything, and currently we think this is due to either the recent game updates, which cause issues on ARC, or due to Intel driver updates. In either case, we suspect software. We used DX11 last time also, despite a potential Vulkan advantage on Intel, and it still did better last time, even with DX11. So anyway, the A770 ran 125 FPS average here which is just a complete failure of performance. It's doing worse than the RX 580, worse than the RX 6500 XT, and worse than the GTX 1070 from 6 years ago. Something is wrong with either the driver package or the game, but only apparently as it relates to Intel, and it's causing this behavior. At 1440p, that trend continues, unsurprisingly. The A770 performance remains broken, as does the A380, so we can move on from this game and just mark it as bad for now. Maybe it'll get better with an update to the drivers or the game itself, but this is not a unique experience. Intel sent us that message we talked about earlier about all kinds of broken games during the review process, and you're gonna you are the beta tester here, so you'll see this sometimes. We'll move on to something with Vulkan, since that should theoretically work better for Intel than DX11. In Strange Brigade, the A770 ran at 190 FPS average when at Ultra and 1080p using the Vulkan API. Lows and frame times were consistent here, so that's good. And the A770 manages to outperform the RTX 3060 by a massive 33%, comparatively huge versus what we saw in previous tests. It's too bad that it's just this one game, but it would change the story massively if this were true in more games, or at least something close to resembling maybe 50%, even a little bit close, just more than a 1. The A770 runs ahead of the RX 6600 by 74%, trailing only the absolute upper end of this chart. At 1440p, the A770 ran at 151 FPS average and encroached on the RTX 3070's 170 FPS result, where the 3070 led the A770 by just 11%, despite a price gap nearing $200. The A770 also leads the RTX 3060 once again, and the XFX RX 6600. If this scaled to all games, of course, it'd be in a domineering position against both AMD and Nvidia. But it doesn't. But at least Final Fantasy isn't too bad for it. This is back on DX11, and it's a game that's more difficult to bind up on the GPU. That said, with the class of card we're testing today, we're still GPU bound even at 1080p up until things like the top 4 cards or so on this chart. The A770 ends up below the 6600 XT and the 6700 XT, the former of which leads by 5%, with the latter leading by 23%. The A770 beats the 6600 non-XT by 10%, leading the RTX 3060 by 8%. This is an example of what Intel could achieve at a hardware level at least, but that API was Vulkan, and that benefits it here, as does the way this particular game is built. So this is clearly the outlier, but it's maybe a glimpse at what Intel could do, and in that sense, it's exciting. At 1440p, the A770 outdoes the 6600 XT by 15%, so it's now leading where it was marginally behind before. The 6700 XT keeps a diminished lead, as does the 3070, but Intel is encroaching on both of them. Older cards, like the RX 580, might be worth considering a jump from, where we see over a doubling in frame rate now. At 4K, the A770 now leads the 6600 XT by 29%.
Might be worth, when you're below like 60, it really starts chugging, you notice the gameplay.
Class, while the 6700 XT only holds on to a 12% lead. So wrapping up then, first off, you jump back to at least the driver section, even if you're gonna ignore the game charts, because that is kind of like a mini conclusion in its own. So we can't recommend this card, period, for the wider audience, people who don't have troubleshooting experience, people who haven't built computers before, because you are going to encounter a problem at some point. And if you're not experienced with or don't like doing troubleshooting, then it's not the right fit for you, and you should just pass immediately and buy something else. AMD is in a better spot these days than it ever has been, as it's been finally fixing driver issues that were lying dormant for years up until the last really couple of years. So they're looking pretty good right now that Intel has reminded us all to appreciate AMD's competing on price. In terms of performance, let's say the driver stuff doesn't bother you, or maybe you get lucky and it doesn't plague you like it does some other people because you don't play the right types of games to get hit by them. Well, F1 makes Intel look really, really bad here in our testing, because the 6600 XT in some of those tests was like 37% better, and yet it costs $30 more to buy the Intel card, which is worse. The 6600 non-XT is 13% better in one of those F1 tests, and it is $100 cheaper for the 6600 non-XT. And that's with numbers we just looked up like in the last 48 hours or so. The 3060 in some of these tests, 14% better, $30 more. So you can see where, versus the 3060, Intel's got a better value proposition. We're not looking at ray tracing today. We have RT tests we want to do. It's just kind of a lot to run with the Ryzen 7000 back-to-back. But RT may be something where NVIDIA holds a unique advantage over Intel if RT is something you're interested in. But we don't have that data for you today. You'll have to get it somewhere else or come back here in a couple days. Or
if you want ray tracing, you basically have to go
Final
NVIDIA.
Fantasy 14 on the positive side, as well as Strange Brigade, are both examples of what the A770 could be if they're able to get more universal good performance and stability across all the games. So that's where Intel needs to be. It looks great in those two scenarios, very competitive, really good value judgment for the A770 in those games. It's just that it's not consistent. And that's the biggest problem with the Intel Arc cards right now is inconsistency. So if you, here's a bias disclosure for you. I buy based on consistency. This applies to basically everything, where what I'm trying to get is a product where I know I can predict the performance one day to the next, whether it's like technology or something mechanical, like an actual physical tool that you use. And so for me, as a reviewer, my bias will lean towards consistency. And Intel Arc is not consistent, so clearly I'm not going to be likely to recommend it because it's not consistent. And that's what I look for. It's what Patrick looks for on the team. I'm pretty sure that's what Mike looks for on the team. So that's how we sort of
on the team
these things. Ultimately, the A770 it's really not it right now. AMD is kicking its ass in a lot of these games. And when
AMD kicks both NVIDIA and Intel's ass from the value perspective.
We do have a review in the works. It's not done yet.
Unless you're looking for ray tracing
pretty soon, and you'll want to check back for the teardown as well. So that's it for this one. They got to fix the drivers. That's really all there is to it. It's kind of like, feels like reviewing AMD about 5 or 6 years ago, where we'd look at it, we'd go, this hardware looks really promising from these two games where it really did well, outperformed NVIDIA, was cheaper, whatever, but then it just didn't work half the time. It made this.
5 to 6 years ago, AMD wasn't having problems like that. He's talking like 2 decades ago. They had prior to the Catalyst initiative, which is where the drivers are now called. Actually, I think they're Adrenaline now. Catalyst drivers, like they had a lot of driver problems, and they haven't for I don't know however long. I don't know. You'd have to start looking at bugs here and start digging up examples of stuff that's broken. There's going to be differences between games as far as performance goes, and AMD might be better, and NVIDIA might be better, or I guess Intel might be better. But that's nothing new, and that's not a driver problem.
The screen turned funny colors, and the monitors weren't connected. It's the same stuff with Intel. So we're back in a circle. It's a different vendor. Hopefully that means that in a couple of years, Intel will be competing the same way AMD is today. But that's it for this one. Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. Check back for the A750 review. It's cheaper, so that might help out.
Underdog, yeah.
Driver stuff.
To a certain extent, I have a sweet spot for underdogs in general.
Grab a toolkit or a mod mat and help us out directly. We'll
soft spot, not a sweet spot, a soft spot. And that has a lot to do with the fact that competition is good. So if you have something that performs just as well or better and it's an underdog, why wouldn't I recommend it? And it drives competition. Good. So, yeah. The new NVIDIA graphics cards, or the new Intel graphics cards, are kind of poopy. Oh, not terrible. Oh boy.
About these upcoming Intel GPUs for years now.
Not terrible.
And maybe we have been. A little over a year ago now, Tim covered Intel's Architecture Day 2021, where Intel detailed their Arc Alchemist GPUs, along with XeSS AI-based upscaling. This was incredibly exciting stuff at the time due to an industry-wide shortage of graphics cards thanks to mining. And back then, people were spending big money on old, outdated second-hand graphics cards, so a new product from Intel would have been very welcome. Sadly, though, Intel missed that incredible window of opportunity by about a year, as today marks the introduction of the Arc
1 to 2 years, huge
A770
deal
graphics
for them.
cards. Now, there are 2 versions of the A770, the standard 8GB model, and then a more premium 16GB model, which Intel calls the limited edition version, but it's in no way limited, so not sure about that. Anyway, the A770 limited edition that we have on hand for testing comes in at an MSRP of $350, while the standard 8GB model costs $330. Then there's the slightly cut down A750, which costs $290. The A770 features 32 Xe cores, 32 ray tracing units, an operating frequency of 2.1 GHz, and a 225 watt power rating. Now, the 16GB version enjoys a memory bandwidth of up to 560 gigabytes per second, while the cheaper 8GB version not only has half as much
Oh, this
VRAM, but the bandwidth has
is
also been
spinning
cut
the
down
wheel,
by
guys.
9%, opposed to 17.5 gigabits per second GDDR6 memory on the 16GB model, as it uses 16 gigabits per second GDDR6 memory, opposed to 17.5 gigabits per second GDDR6. Then we have the A750, which when compared to 256, I'll be using for a number of. However, we don't normally cover productivity performance or encoding/decoding benchmarks in our gaming focused reviews, and this review will be no exception. And apart from the fact that we don't normally cover this stuff, we're extremely pressed for time right now, coming off the back of the Zen 4 testing, with much more to do there. And of course, next week we have the RTX 4090. I also won't be testing Intel's XeSS technology, but this is a feature we do plan to cover in great detail soon. Similar to the situation we saw with DLSS, these upscaling technologies require a great deal of scrutiny, and Tim will do just that in a separate content piece soon, so make sure you subscribe for that. Now for testing. All GPUs have been tested at the official clock specifications, so no factory overclocking here. The CPU used is the Ryzen 7 5800X and had a strange artifacting bug which Intel says they're aware of, and it will be fixed in a future driver update, so perhaps a non-issue moving forward. The game itself appeared to play well, and performance overall was excellent. At 1080p, the A750 was faster than both the 6650 and RTX 3060, while the A770 was 14% faster than the 6650 XT, so that's an impressive result and a good win for Intel. Quite incredibly, that margin blows out to 24% at 1440p, as the A770 managed 117 FPS and the A750 108 FPS. In fact, the A770 wasn't that much slower than the 6700 XT, so very impressive stuff here indeed. The F1 2021 results were also very impressive. Here the A770 was 15% faster than the.
What? Aren't these very different than Gamers Nexus's benchmarks, guys? You say the F1, like it just bombed completely? Doing worse than the 6600 and the 3060. Doing better here by quite a bit. What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening here, guys?
The 6650 XT at 1080p and just 10% slower than the 6700 XT. It also blew the RTX 3060 out of the water to come in just 9% slower than the 3060 Ti. And the A750 also did really well, just edging out the 6650 XT and RTX 3060. Jumping up to 1440.
A770 is below the 6600 and 3060. 3060 Ti. 3060 6600 XT. Houston, we have a problem. 2060. 7670. 105. Not 1440p. Or 54. 3070, 3060. 2060. Didn't they have a 6600 on here? Am I blind? 65. 7. Guess they don't have it on this slide? What? $700, $3,070, $3,060, $6,600. There's a 6600. What? Why did they remove the 6600? XFX. What? Why did they remove the 6600? It's like a direct competitor. Missing something here? The fuck's going on? Have a stroke? $6,700, $3,070. Dude, why are there XT 8265? 142,105. Why are their performance numbers so different? 1440p Ultra Custom DX12. Ultra high quality ray tracing medium TAA. Something's going on here. Their performance numbers are very different. It's on an Intel system. It's on a 5800X3D. Leaving that aside, like maybe there's a compatibility issue here.
$1440p saw the A770 lead the 6650 XT by a massive 21% margin, pumping out 76 FPS to just 63 FPS for the Radeon GPU, and that's with ray tracing enabled. The A750 was also strong here, beating the RTX 3060 by a 9% margin, so another very solid result here for Intel. Unfortunately though, things do go a bit skew-with for the Arc GPUs in Horizon Zero Dawn. At 1080p, the A770 came in behind even the RX 6600, making it 19% slower than the 6650 XT and 8% slower.
They only tested a couple games, didn't they?
Lower than the RTX 3060. So given what we've seen so far, that is a very disappointing result. Increasing the resolution to 1440p does help out a bit.
With Gamers
And now the
Nexus, they're
A770
saying there's
can
a
be
whole
seen
bunch of issues
basically
here,
matching
and
the
now with
RTX 3060,
Hardware Unboxed, it
but it's
looks
still
like
8%
it's
slower
relatively
than
decent.
the 6650 XT.
And they're talking about all the issues.
Meanwhile, the A750 is only delivering 6600 like performance, so not a good title for Arc. It's a similar story in Watch Dogs Legion, though performance is very good compared to Nvidia, but less impressive compared to AMD. The A770, for example, was 13% faster than the RTX 3060, but a massive 16% slower than the 6650 XT. Basically, the A750 was only able to match the cheaper RX 6600, so that's a pretty brutal outcome for Intel. However, increasing the resolution to 1440p drastically changes the picture here, and now the A770 is actually able to match the 6650 XT with 76 FPS on average. The A750 also jumped up to the 6600 XT with 70 FPS, and both GPUs were much faster than the RTX 3060, so it would seem that these Arc GPUs do prefer the 1440p resolution opposed to 1080p, at least from a competitive standpoint. Shadow of the Tomb Raid is an older DirectX 12 title, and it's not one that Arc is well optimized for, falling short of 100 FPS on average at 1080p. With just 92 FPS, the A770 was only able to match the RX 6600, making it 18% slower than the 6650 XT and 10% slower than the RTX 3060. Once again though, those margins do close up at 1440p, and now the A770 was just 7% slower than the 6650 XT, while the A750 was 8% faster than the RX 6600. Moving on, we see that Hitman 3 is a brutal title for the ARC GPUs at 1080p, as here both were quite a bit slower than the RTX 3060 and miles slower than the 6650 XT. Again though, 1440p does help improve the A770 and A750 standings, pushing both ahead of the RX 6600. Now, the A770 was 10% slower than the 6650 XT, so still quite a bad outcome given the price, but much better than the situation seen at 1080p. Far Cry 6 is really another poor title for the ARC GPUs, depending on what you compare them to. And you can see why Intel went with the RTX 3060, because here the A770 was just 3% slower. But when compared to the 6650 XT, it was a whopping 25% slower and 12% slower than the much cheaper RX 6600. Upping the resolution to 1440p did get the A770 alongside the RX 6600, but still, it was 18% slower than the 6650 XT, so not a good result relative to the Radeon GPUs. Next, we have Cyberpunk 2077, and again, the 1080p results aren't pretty, with the A770 coming in behind the RX 6600 to make it 20% slower than the 6650 XT. Oddly, both the A770 and A750 delivered virtually the same performance here, so it does appear to be some kind of bottleneck, either caused by the Alchemist architecture, or perhaps it's just a driver issue. It's an odd one though, because increasing the resolution to 1440p only reduced performance of the A770 by 15%. Meanwhile, the 6650 XT saw a more typical 42% drop, and the RTX 3060 a 40% drop. The good news being that at 1440p, both the A770 and A750 were faster than the 6650 XT, and in fact weren't much slower than the RTX 3060 Ti. So that's a tremendous result, and very surprising given what was seen at 1080p. The Dying Light 2 results are much more competitive at 1080p. The A770 edged out the 6650 XT to deliver 3060 Ti-like performance, and the A750 also managed to match the 6650 XT and crushed the RTX 3060. Then at 1440p, the ARC GPUs look very impressive, and the A770 isn't that far off the RTX 3070. All said and done, it was 16% faster than the 6650 XT, while the A750 was 7% faster, so certainly impressive stuff here. Moving on to Halo Infinite, the ARC GPUs can again be found delivering pretty suboptimal performance at 1080p, as both were slower than the RX 6600 and just 16% faster than the RTX 3050. And while I know 16% is quite a sizable margin, when comparing any GPU with the RTX 3050, 16% is not really a sizable margin. Sadly, even at 1440p, the ARC GPUs are massively underwhelming in Halo Infinite, trailing not just the RTX 3060 but also the 6650 XT, and by quite some margin as well. Now, if you recall, when I first benchmarked Spider-Man Remastered with a boatload of GPUs, I did include the A380, and the results were pretty horrible. In fact, they were very horrible. Shortly after that video, Intel addressed the performance issues with a new driver, but I wasn't going to revisit that content just for the A380. Anyway, performance with the current driver is mighty impressive, as we see here with the A770 and A750, both of which crushed the RTX 3060 and 6650 XT.
There's a pretty big difference here between Gamers Nexus's review and Hardware Unboxed's review, guys. Pretty weird, actually.
At 1080p.
Huh.
The 1440p data was also very impressive. Here, the A770
It actually
was
looks competitive with like a
slower than
6700 or
3060 Ti,
6600.
and almost 30% faster than the
Most games.
6650 XT. So amazing performance here. I just wish we saw more of it. And here's the most disappointing result and one of the biggest issues with the ARC Alchemist architecture: support for older games. Counter-Strike Global Offensive might be super old.
Yeah,
It might
definitely
only use
a driver
DirectX 9,
limitation
but
there,
it's
guys.
by far and away the most played game on Steam, with peaks of 1 million players daily. So more than twice that of Apex Legends, for example. And that's a huge...
Does he know that Apex Legends is mainly a EA game and it just happens to be on Steam now? This is mainly on Origin. The Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Yeah, that is not remotely comparable to each other. It is close to 1 million players. That's ridiculous. It looks like it's went up. That's crazy. It's actually gaining players. Fuck. It went up a lot. Becoming more popular, guys. COVID numbers right there.
Problem for Intel because, as you can see here, the performance is nowhere with the A770 and A750. And in case you're wondering, yeah, these results are accurate, and even at 1440p, it's still a complete mess. The game is technically very playable, but certainly not in a competitive setting, and you'd obviously just buy a GeForce or Radeon GPU if you played CSGO or other old games. And the power consumption's really not anything to get excited about either, but it's far from a disaster. You're looking at similar power usage to that of the much faster Radeon RX 6800 for the A770, as it bumped up consumption by 23% over the 6650 XT. The A750 was really no better, so in terms of power efficiency and performance per watt, ARC is kinda bad, but it's certainly not a deal breaker. Okay, time for cooling performance, and I'm just going to skim over this section. The Intel reference cards worked well. They certainly look simple, but nice enough, and the build quality is good.
GamerNext has bitched up a storm about the fact that there's no manual
the
fan control.
A750 ran at a core temperature of 67 degrees with the memory at 70 degrees, so both are very acceptable, especially given the 1500 RPM fan speed, which resulted in near silent operation. As you can see, the GPU clocked at 2.4 gigahertz.
I'm almost going to say here, guys, there might be a little bit of bias from Gamers Nexus. I'm not sure why, though, because, you know, they tend to be not biased towards NVIDIA or AMD. Why would they be biased towards Intel? I don't know. But we're getting a very different set of results here, guys.
And the memory ran at the advertised 16 gigabits per second. Then we have the A770, which ran its cores and memory at 70 degrees with a fan speed of 1600 RPM. So again, it was very quiet. Given the GPU is sucking down just 155 watts on average, it's really not that hard to cool, especially by today's standards. Now, looking at the 12-game average, it's pretty hard to get excited about these new Intel Arc graphics cards. The A770 only managed to match the RX 6600 with 102 FPS on average, while the A750 was a whisker slower with 97
It had
FPS.
a couple bad games.
The 1440p
CSGO.
results are more compelling, but even so, the A770 falling behind the 6650 XT is a rough deal from Intel. And although
I'm surprised he didn't remove the one result and put it off to the side, or maybe he has a different chart here in a second.
Already a terrible deal next to the 6650 XT. So,
but average obviously being multiple games put together and then dividing it by the number of games, right? And the CSGO numbers are going to completely bomb this.
Really, AMD has made life difficult here for Intel. And there's really no better way to illustrate that point than to look at a simple cost per frame graph, and we'll start with the 1080p data. In terms of price to performance, the A750 is only able to match the 6600 XT, while the A770 does beat out the already bad value RTX 3060 and 3060 Ti, but can only match the RX 6800, which is 60% faster. Really, both should be compared to the 6650 XT, and when doing so, you'll learn that the A750 costs 15% more per frame, and the A770, well, it's 37% more costly per frame. Yeah. Anyway, 1440p, and here things look a lot better for Intel, but ultimately really still not good enough. The 6650 XT matched the cost per frame of the RX 6600, and that meant the A750 was 3% more costly per frame, and the A770 21% more costly. Even the 8GB version of the A770 will come out more expensive per frame than the A750. So in short, Intel can't match the 6650 XT at the current MSRPs. There's really not much more to say. The cost per frame graph really nailed it. Like nailed the A770 to the point where it really is quite sadly dead on arrival. That seems a bit harsh to say, as in quite a few of the instances the performance was really quite impressive given the price, but sadly there were a number of instances where it was anywhere from underwhelming to downright terrible. At the end of the day, you can't even begin to entertain the idea of paying a premium for the A770 or A750 over established Radeon GPUs.
Pretty
Look,
much.
if the RTX 3060 was as good as it got in the sub $400 US market, then the A770 or A750 might be worth a shot, but unfortunately for Intel, AMD has managed to undercut Nvidia by quite a substantial margin, making the GeForce GPUs largely irrelevant in the sub $400 market. And out of interest, we asked on Twitter how much cheaper these ARC GPUs would need to be in order for you to purchase one over an AMD or Nvidia graphics card. The general consensus was that Intel needed to come in at least 20% cheaper, so with the 6650 XT easily available for $300 US, that means the A770 would have to cost no more than $240 US for the majority of you to go for it. And that's a discount of a little over 30%. So that's probably never going to happen, as Intel would likely be selling them at a significant loss.
Oh, you don't know what it
Unfortunately
costs
for
to
Intel,
make
though,
them.
that is the reality of the situation. The A770 needs to cost $240 and the A750 $220. Anything more than that, and you might as well buy from the established brands. And granted, we're yet to properly investigate stuff like XESS, but of course, Nvidia has DLSS and AMD offers FSR. So there's no chance
Yeah, you can use
Intel's
FSR
upscaling
and Nvidia
technology
graphics
makes
cards
the
too.
ARC GPUs a must-have item. I also haven't really had a time to check out the ray tracing performance beyond what we saw in F1 2021, and that's certainly something to explore with future content. That said, I strongly believe for the most part ray tracing at this performance tier is largely irrelevant, as you have to compromise too heavily on other visual quality settings in order to achieve a 60 FPS minimum at low resolutions such as 1080p. And I have the same opinion of the 6650 XT and RTX 3060. Overall, the A770 and A750 genuinely impressed me on numerous occasions during my testing, and there's certainly real potential for Intel to become a genuine third competitor.
There's potential in every game,
in the
guys.
GPU space.
Potential and potential,
It's
potential.
just not going to happen with Alchemist. And
Just saying potential
realistically,
doesn't mean
that
it
was never
necessarily
gonna be possible.
manifests
So
itself,
unless
though,
Intel
as with
can and
games.
is willing to slash prices, I can't recommend you take the gamble on either the A770 or A750. You really are just better off buying the 6650 XT. That's simply all there is to it. So with that, I'm going to end the video here. If you liked it, you know what to do. Subscribe.
Those results
Also,
were
our
definitely
Patreon
quite a
for,
bit
like,
different
more
compared to
hardware
Gamers
mods,
Nexus. Not all of them, but
access
there's some
to
of those that
Discord
definitely
server,
were
turn
not
myself
quite
to a live
on
stream, which I guess is also exclusive.
the
A lot of
same
exclusive stuff over
playing
there.
field
Q&As behind
with
the scenes
F1, for
content, a lot of cool
instance.
stuff. So if you're interested, check it out. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host,
What?
Steve. And I'll
So
see
you
you
tested
again next time.
Vulkan? And Gamers Nexus said Vulkan was broken, I believe? For Rainbow Six? Maybe they got new drivers that just broke stuff?
To one of those two vendors. Rainbow Six Siege is up now, and this one is
DirectX
brutal for
11.
Intel. It's on DX11 here. Most immediately, we need to point out the A380. In this most recent round of testing, where we collected all fresh data, new operating system, we used a different A380. It's still a gunnier card, but it's a different specific unit. We also have a new version of Rainbow Six Siege, but we're using the same graphic settings, resolution, all that stuff. We noticed performance decay only in this title on the A380. And simultaneously, we noticed an introduction of some frame time inconsistencies with all ARC cards. In fact, all of the ARC cards, both of them on this chart, did very poorly here. We ran additional test passes, we confirmed the behavior, we did driver wipes and reinstalls, we used different benches, everything, and currently we think this is due to either the recent game updates, which cause issues on ARC, or due to Intel driver updates. In either case, we suspect software. We used DX11 last time also, despite a potential Vulkan advantage on Intel.
What?
And it still did better.
I guess Gamers Nexus just tested DX11 and Harder Unbox tested Vulkan and did a manual test, but didn't mention that. Okay. Huh. A little bit of a different different look here, guys. Results are all over the place for reviews coming out. Different reviewers are showing sometimes wildly different results with the same games. Crazy but great work, guys. Oh. Common viewer issue, for example. It's the viewer issue. Shadow of the Tomb Raider Gamer Nexus used built-in benchmarks for using in-game performance, the village section shown in the top left corner of the graph. So the tests are no way comparable. Then F1 2020 ARC have good ray tracing versus AMD, but with no ray tracing, performance difference is huge. Sounds like you need to be using the built-in benchmark law. There's no reason to deviate established standard, especially when not set specifically for that issue. As long as they're consistent in their own testing methodology, it doesn't matter. If they find that there's a better representable place of the game than the built-in benchmarks. Benchmarks are often terrible, showing how the game performs in actual gameplay. Yep. Using we know the methodology, apples to apples comparison between their reviews. Fail testing CSGO with DX9 when Vulkan Sport was added this year, and there's also OpenGL. That specific title, people are going to use whatever performs best. Yeah, really? On any GPU, old DirectX is just bloated mess at this point. I always obtained higher FPS in Counter-Strike games by using OpenGL. DX12 is way better. Yes, it is. DX11 for sure as well. There are still legacy titles though on DX9, but apparently CSGO is not a DX or legacy title because it has newer rendering APIs. Interesting. Interesting, guys. Oh, you can't do previews, guys. Can't do previews of shorts. Darn. The price of 4,090. Okay. They're hyping the 4,090 with non-existent cards and benchmarks. Good. Good. Tear down on the GPU, not really interested. Okay. Let's do Linus bot Asmongold's computer. Do a teardown. Yeah. Okay. Let's do some uploads here, guys, and then get on to the Twitters or the Reddits. Full stream line of sight boost. Not change the. It didn't. I get normal lobbies. Okay, we have 2 highlights from yesterday. That's not a highlight. That's erratic. I started my stream and I stopped my stream on accident. You know what? I think I actually want to make another highlight from. Remember that when we got that Claude cheater that just this one? See chat or they just weren't going to talk. Oh, the records. I'm sure she's gonna get hatched. That's just the way she goes. And trigger vacation or vice. And then before I forget, Hattie is the one with the line of sight boost. Drop the pallet. Oh. So trying to bait it. It's not it. Lots of cheating rates. Where he went though. You know, Claude's on the gen in front. How long ago was that game? Night, guys. Boss is directly yet though. I mean, that's one of their biggest things is they're trying to actually, let's make some highlights. Runs long windows. Scratch marks. It wasn't a Claude. Yeah, no, it was this game. It was Michaela. It wasn't a Claude. We're gonna hook him. Alright, do we have KD too? Let's go KD. Since we have the option of ending this game, we're gonna do it. Yep, this is the one. Only in I mean, name for it. It tastes alright too. And I put it in the air fryer. Pretty good. Grown in storehouse. Only in I mean, there's a lot of places where they use a lot of salt. It's not just the U.S. Breaker cup door. What the fuck is with this Michaela, guys? On cheats right now. Gens the burn, so it's yeah. Designed to be a V shape just to fuck you in the ass. What are you doing? Yellow just now before he went down on the ground. Huh. Not sure why he turned yellow just now before he went down. His health bar when he was on the ground was yellow. That's kind of weird. Hmm. He was yellow before he went down, but it normally immediately turns to red. Michaela's skulking around, apparently. Yes? Michaela's cheating. I think we're gonna... She is very, very fast. Where she outed herself. She is very, very fast. Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely cheap. Yeah. Printer. I'm just looking to see if there's scratch marks right there. Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely cheating. Michaela. Yeah. Yep. And then she is way over at the other side of the map with the ace. That's on the other complete opposite side of the map. Went from over here to over there and just healed. Yeah. So this is 100% a cheater. I say she go back, like when we saw her right there. She is very, very fast. Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely cheating. Okay, just making sure that we didn't miss something there. No, she teleported. We can deal like. So I don't know. Like, that's fuck. Teleport. Rebecca. Right. It's a normal video. Make a clip here and then submit it with a bug report. There's no way she could have gotten from one side to the other side. She was at one point in the map. Z. Just like. What was going to happen there, guys, if I played that a little longer, was they were going to try to get like 4 gens or 5 gens primed so they could pop them all at once and basically end the game with 2 people and make a YouTube video out of it or some stupid shit like that. Which is why I ended the game. Normally, I'll play for 4K, right? And I'll bleed people out. Really, I don't much. Because we saw her on the side of the building and it was like 15 seconds. And then she was all the way over by the Leon where he used the vaccine. But she was too stupid to realize. There's a lot of survivors that don't realize that when you use a vaccine, it gives killer instinct. And that's actually hilarious because you can use it to find tunnels when you lose them sometimes. So, alrighty guys, don't realize that when you use a vaccine it gives killer instinct. And that's actually hilarious because you can use it to find tunnels when you lose them sometimes. Sometimes. Good. Good stuff. Probably where the Fang disconnected too. I think it was a Fang though, but I'm not gonna go back and check. So, okay. Okay. Those are uploading, guys. I'm gonna go watch my coffee cup out. I will be right back and grab us water and a soda. Thank you, guys. Yeah, pretty sure I'm wearing the wrong glasses, guys. Motherfucker. I can't fucking tell. I'm gonna have to take a look at that later on. Okay. Don't you residents sleeper me. This is a time-tested procedure, guys. I have to figure out where my actual glasses went. Oh, jeez. That's not it. Okay. Done and done. All right, let's take a look at the Reddits here real quick, guys. The launch of Overwatch 2 just happened, and the kids are all uppity about it. Decisions that make the game feel less fun and rewarding. Got rid of being on fire. After game summary is virtually non-existent. And favorite maps. I don't see any reason why those maps had to go even with the new 5v5 format. I don't either, but they did. Yeah. And the players still say when they're on fire, just so the meter just isn't shown. Supposed to remove quality of life features in Overwatch 2 and other issues. A group indicator while in match. You can't tell when other people are in group with each other. Conditions no longer shown above the player's icon. No mini cutscenes in the inspection menu. Level progression system outside Battle Pass. Playtime indicators. Priority ticket system. On fire system. Arcade incentives removed. Find a group feature removed. Game statistics summary and personal record stats were completely removed. When it costs a massive increase in cost, of course, because they went to free to play. Only 60 credits can be earned weekly. Okay. Don't care about your two cents. Microsoft Touch? Did Microsoft buy Overwatch? Or buy Blizzard? Did that ever go through? Yeah, they haven't actually bought it yet. Still pending. Apparently, Musk is going through with buying Twitter, though. No memes this time. Actually going through with buying Twitter, according to some websites I was reading. So, whether or not that holds true in coming weeks remains to be seen. We have made the decision to remove phone number requirements for a majority of existing Overwatch players. Why? Any Overwatch player that has connected Battle.net account, which includes all players who have since played since June 9th, 2021, will not have to provide a phone number. What? This will still affect the creation of new accounts. It's supposed to tie you to a system that makes it so it's harder to cheat. Just because you have an older account doesn't mean you can't cheat on it. Leveling system. I have to grind 8 months for one legendary skin in the shop. Yep. My partner's PC isn't loading here. Ooh, who's your partner? Someone's going to say that's incredibly hot. Real 38 or 34, whatever it is. Increase 7900X power draw by over 50% with 1% single core and 8% multi-core performance loss to beds and synthetics, so. Oh. Negative 50V millivolt offset. immediately know they're doing it wrong when they suggest that they're doing things like OCCT extreme testing. Because it's not stable. Why don't they have it like this out of the box? Because it's not stable. And this guy's basically tooting his horn about of super stable undervolt, and it's not. Okay. Yep. People undervolting incorrectly. Reddit's guys, the DVD Reddits. Remove the plus sign. Yep, check. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Definitely getting more fatigue on my right eye, guys. It's like these are the wrong glasses, aren't they? And I'm pretty sure they are. I think somehow I got these screwed up with a different pair of glasses. I know I sent back, like I made my glasses because they had a scratch in the lens in a specific spot, and I can't find it, which means these aren't the right glasses. They also, for some reason, seem to have some sort of brown coating on them. I have to take care of that later tonight. And they aren't my new ones I just got either. Those are behind me. They're super thin, so you can easily tell. Good. I also don't think the other ones behind me are the right ones either, so. Fun. HR, please give us Naked Myers. Okay. Now we know why the majority of the player base doesn't actually play killers. Good, and also why they made a romance game for DVD. Okay. Let's play some dibs, guys. But first, we have to do some finagling. Always. Yeah. I said 1 in 5. That is 80%. 1 in 5. No, 3 and 5 never touch killer. That's 60%, not 80%. 80% would be 4 out of 5. Yeah. I guess that's Reddit, but yep. They also have some weird things. I noticed like there's hairline cracks that are around the lens. I've never seen those before. Never have touched killer. 3 out of 5 survivors have never touched killer. And that gets a little bit higher too when you include the people that played Trapper for 2 hours and then thought they're fucking fantastic at the game. Fantastic. Trapper's a fantastic killer, by the way, guys. If you didn't know that, you just need to know where to put his traps. Oh, yeah? Why do people always go around my traps in high MMR regardless of where I put them? Or you just get someone that just runs around behind me and just constantly disarms my traps? Yeah, never seen that before, guys. All right, I'm going to grab my soda. Be right back, guys. Yep. Somehow I lost my glasses. Somehow I lost my glasses in my sea of other glasses. Luckily, there's only like 4 pairs, so yeah. And one is the new pair, so. Hopefully. I don't think the other pair is the right pair either. A spare pair? I don't know. Hmm. Also, why do I keep getting blood points when I log in? Daily. There's just something normal going on right now. Yeah, I guess it is. I just get random points and I have no idea why. Good. Hey, Carter. How's your day going, dude? Oh, my God. I got to change categories, too. Speaking of which. Oh, geez, Carter. Thanks for reminding me, dude. Thanks for reminding me. That was almost a catastrophe. Also, something I noticed is the arms on these glasses are much tighter than normal. Other arms in my last glasses were kind of loosey-goosey. Specifically, one arm was loosey-goosey. And this is a cheater from yesterday. Okay. The game's going. I'll let you know after a first game. It hasn't happened yet. I'm playing in the U.S. There's a pretty large amount of people that play in the U.S. I don't think I should be running into the same people constantly. Just throwing that out there. Mm-hmm. One second, guys. We're in queue right now. Don't worry. Yeah, I noticed these glasses make my eyes feel fatigued too. So definitely looking at the wrong ones, or definitely wearing the wrong ones. Yeah, playing the Ireland server, you'll never see the same people. That's because I'll get stream sniped all the time. Especially right now, because it's like, what, 6 in the morning right now? Yeah. Why do I get stream sniped all the time? Oh, maybe because I'm playing on a server that is super fucking tiny instead of on Frankfurt. Yeah, oh, that could be it. To be fair, I mean, BHVR definitely doesn't go out of his way to tell you what server you're playing on, but I've also tried to tell them what server they're playing on. And they don't want anything to do with it, so. Yeah. Oh, you know what, guys? You know what? Actually, I'm almost maxed on blood points, but I think we're going to play one first. I'm not going to use a flan. Oh, BHR doesn't even tell you who won the match? True story. True story, guys. BHR doesn't even tell you who won the match, do they? Huh. There's my green. Yeah, we're at like 1950. 1.9 mil, 1.95 mil. So 1,950,000 blood points. Sometimes you have to use a longhand in order to remember it. I like when people pretend, like when you read about vitamin supplements and stuff like that, and people are like, you don't need this because everyone eats a perfectly balanced diet, and you're like, wait, what? Like I was looking at like B1, so B vitamins are generally pretty good for your mind. I was looking at B1, and most people get enough thiamine from food they eat. Foods rich in thiamine include yeast, legumes, pork, brown rice, as well as fortified fruits such as breakfast cereals, which I don't eat anymore. Yeah, so pork, which I don't eat, legumes, which I don't eat, brown rice, which I don't eat, and yeast, which I guess technically be in bread, right? But I generally don't eat a lot of bread, so. Hey, okay, I get all my thiamine, which is B1. At the end, they don't tell you who won. Yeah, they don't tell you whether or not you win or lose, do they? Yeah, there's like no indicator that hey, you lost. Picky eater. I mean, those are picky foods. Is more like it. That's not like a broad swath of every food that you eat. Haddonfield, by the way. Hopefully we don't get cheat lobby. We'll find out. Bills. Bait. No loop. What's going on there? Is there actually a guy still here? What was the zombie aggro too? Switched to Steve, but what was he doing in the first place? This is just long window loop. Takes forever to do, and you basically have to run, especially if they're using a speed hack, you have to run until it closes, so. Yeah. This is why I didn't want to chase him. And Steve also looks like he's cheating, but they're not. He wants chase, he's not cheating yet. Huh? And I'm vaulting the window, but that door is so far away that I don't think there's really any speed difference between the two. By design, long window loops, guys. Or long window loops. I don't know if that's faster going around that. He's not even looping me. All he's doing is running a straight line and vaulting windows, and it takes forever to catch up to him. And he's going to do another vault. Fuck is this taking forever? Good question. Very good question. Go for hooks. Okay. Get right on that, guys. We might get slapped here. We'll see. Go central. A lot of these gens have a boatload of progress on them, guys. Good. Hey, buddy. Okay, Bill. Okay. Good job, guys. They're both here. Why are they so fucking far away? Good question. Oh, not reassurance. Oh, no. Okay. These two. Ah, unbreakable. Good job. Back on the floor, Bill. He has like so many options, guys. He has no fucking idea what to do. That's hilarious. Like, he just ran past, like, 2 windows he could have vaulted. He's like, yeah, nah. Nah, I'm fine. I don't want to vault these windows anymore. What are you doing, Bill? There we go. I'll get a hit on Bill, because I can. Let's pick up. DSV has it. No, let's go back to these guys. Right here, because this is actually a really nice spot. Who cares about winning? Just have fun. I mean, winning is fun, right? Most people don't realize, but they have fun because they win. Yeah, I just am self-aware. That being said, not always. We're going to bait an unhook right now, which you should be going for it. Didn't. Okay, we'll pick him up, and then we'll chase over to Steve. There we go. Drop. Good job, guys. What are you doing? He's like, yeah, I'm done. Like, I'm done with this chase. I don't want to chase anymore. Oh, hey, welcome back, Steve. I should actually just went through the pal. These guys don't seem to be very good at actually body blocking at all. What's he doing? Oh, I can feel that speed boost. That felt like I should have hit that. Window back. By the way, you lose your speed boost. You lose your speed boost if you using a power. So if you guys didn't know that, if I use your whip, that like you lose your speed boost, your bloodlust. All right, let's go back. Let me help you out with this, Steven. Bill. Yeah. I'm not gonna let him go house side. What the fuck are you doing? Considering whipping him and possibly should have, but I want to end this sooner. I don't know. I should be able to, yeah. Bedard? Hey, Steven. Here, let me help you out here. Turn, Steven. Okay. Long window loop, long window loop. Let's all go to the long window loop. Steven doesn't look like he's cheating, which is why I'm catching up to him. Yeah. Long windows only work if you're cheating, guys. So it does make me question whether or not Felix was cheating, because he actually... Well, we went through two rounds on the long window loop there. Steven got basically 1 round. Long window loops do not work if you're a normal player. They only work if you're cheating. Which is why every guide in existence doesn't tell you, go to the long window loop, guys. That's how you win chases. Just go along and abuse the long window loops. Every single long window loop. Now, Felix wasn't, like, remotely good either. Like, he passed up a boatload of windows and it still took me fucking forever to catch the guy. Yeah. Like, it didn't even fucking make sense. Yeah, it's only, like, Haddonfield only against people that are cheating is where you end up with the really fucking weird shit. And it's this house in particular. I've had people run that 3 times on me. In which you have to go until it seals, and you can immediately tell, almost immediately tell when people are cheating, depending on how long it takes you to catch up to them in straightaways. And long window loop is an example of a straightaway. Like, everyone else in this game seemed relatively normal, except for our Felix friend here, who's the first guy I chased too. Go for hooks. I better go for hooks. Do those F1 races like true ones. Steve somehow has 16,000 points. I would assume that that's pretty sus, except for the fact that he basically didn't like that long window loop. Didn't last him at all. So I am pretty punny. See? Yeah, so Steve's score, very questionable, guys. Incredibly questionable this match. Look at everyone else's score. And the Felix is the guy we tunneled out. And he's sitting at 16,000 points somehow. The fuck? Does reassurance give points? Maybe, like, gives a bunch of points. But yeah, that Felix, for instance, had no idea how to run those houses at all. And it still took us fucking forever to catch up to him. Assurance doesn't look that way. Yeah, I don't know where Steve got his points from. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, there weren't any saves in there. We didn't get slapped. We didn't get flashlighted. He unhooked people. So did he unhook 6 people? Or 4 people? I don't think so. Everyone else seemed normal. It was Felix, though. Even then, like on the main house, guys, Steve did the same thing, and I actually had to take time to catch up to Steve. If you guys missed that, like, right? Like Felix, when we started the main house loop, I was closer to Felix than I was to Steve when he started the window. So from window till time I caught him. Steve, when he ran the same loop and did the window vault. Steve, when he ran that loop, got from... I was on porch, and he was at window, right? I was on porch, he was on window. And after vaulting that right there, actually, yeah, right about I was on porch and he's on window, going around, he got to almost the porch again. He got like 3/4 of the way across the side of the house. Actually, no, maybe not even that, halfway on the outside edge of the house. Felix vaulted that window twice. He didn't close it, but he vaulted the window twice, the front window. His initial vault, and vaulted again. He vaulted 2 times? Yeah, so the first vault when we chased him off the generator, and then he vaulted it again. And he potentially could have ran it until the 3rd time till it closed, if he wanted to. But instead he went outside to the playground area. Yeah. It's not like they're different survivors. It's not Mario Kart. They don't move faster. Unless they have a perk for it. They aren't like making like brr sounds and just going insanely fast or something. Despite what survivors say, they don't get 1% speed for every 1,000 hours in the game. They'll tell you that, but they don't. Put aside that guy had no idea how to run those loops or those windows. He like ran past in those houses. He ran past a bunch of windows he could have vaulted. He had no idea what he was doing. Yeah, Every 1,000 hours is 1% speed, guys. I learned that one. JRM taught me that one, guys. Let's hold some killers. Yeah, of course. It is hilarious, by the way, when you see streamers fuck up their speed hacks and they actually start catching up to killers. Not even joking. I've watched some of them loop killers and they actually start catching up to him while the guy's bloodlusting. It's fucking obnoxious. And we got a high level. TTV, are you real? Yes, and he's streaming. Oh, he actually had a decent number of viewers. Next game. That's my favorite comeback. Oh, just hug the walls. Just hug the walls better, guys. Yeah, just hug corners. That's how you get all that speed. Just hug corners. The fuck you do. Putting aside the fact that I do hug walls. I do make straight lines as close as I can to going around corners. And by the way, sometimes if you hug a wall, it actually is worse than if you're out a little bit because some of the doorways have little jutouts on them where you actually bump against it if you hug the wall too close. More you know. Just hug corners, guys. Unbelievable. Let's see. Anyways, yeah, so I just have to eat thiamine-rich foods, including yeast, legumes, pork, brown rice, as well as fortified fruits such as breakfast cereals, which I don't eat. So, fortified food is basically just a vitamin. If you guys didn't know, cereal, they spray with vitamins. That's why they're good for your breakfast, right? But anyways, B complex, vitamin B complex, which includes like B1, B6, and B12, is actually pretty good for your brain, apparently. Curious stuff. And you might be like, oh, TTV. Why would that fucking matter? Well, when you get older... It's a TTV, and they're live. When you get older and stuff doesn't work nearly as well as it did when you're younger, you're like, what can I do maybe to improve things, right? It actually makes me wonder what I would be like if I knew the stuff that I knew right now, like in my 20s. I'd be... Like, I fucking work out. I eat relatively well. I mean, I have my soda, which is my 1 can of sugar soda today. I did have a drink with lunch, though. I actually feel better than I did in my 20s. So. The old saying is youth wasted on the young? Which is reminiscing about the fact that you become wiser when you usually become wiser when you become older. But alas, being young is part of the learning experience, right? So maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, anyways, putting aside exotic vitamins, just taking a multivitamin. I'd highly suggest anyone take a multivitamin. Get a good general one that works for you. Don't lose your glasses in your sea of other glasses that you have because you want to try a bunch out. How the fuck did that happen? I have no fucking idea how I lost those. Oh, fuck, guys. We were actually full on... We're full on our blood web. Let's do some blood web stuff. Oh, buddy. Let's get out the notepad, guys. What are we at before we do our basically 2 mil? We have 118 hands. Let's see here. 43 ribbons. Those are the important ones. 163 tongue. 275 brace. And 234 eyeballs, which neither of those really matter. And we are probably going to be negative here. I guess we could look at our offerings too. Eight puds. And obviously we burned all the flans out, so. Yay, guys, what were we doing? Just trying to get to spawn here. Liquor tongues. We wanted to come over here, maybe over here too. No. Still took out the expensive stuff, so that's fine. Puddings. We got some puds. Let's do that and that. We want to close off. That's actually the cheap one. Oh, no. Want a ribbon, for sure. There's nothing that can close now. Basically just comes down to cheap shit. Yep, gotta love no closure BP. We want the black hand for sure. We want to ping pong that, I think. Good. Got some. Oh my. We want black hand is definitely very, very. This is a very high effective BP cost because you don't always get stuff you want in the blood webs. So we're gonna come down here. I'm gonna try and seed these two on the side, but we want this for sure. And then we want the party streamers as well. Got him. Oh no! I went the wrong way! Fuck. You have to wipe your ass, Slane. Hygiene is very important. They learned that in the medieval era. Actually, no, in the Roman era. Antiquity, what was it called? We want to close that. This would be a good close, too. Yeah. The Roman era, they learned a lot about hygiene, though. Want the black hand, the eyeball, take the liquor tongue. Actually, if we can get it to race around here, that would actually be pretty good for us. You got eyeball. This is actually the expensive side, too. That really sucks. I think the best close is actually right here. eyeball. Black hand. Then we want ink ribbon. That really fucking sucks. We're gonna cut it off, actually. There you go, cray cray. Oh yeah, you're covered, guys. Beautiful. bensamTech. We want to close this right here. This might do something really dumb, where if it comes over here and it'll start going in the back edge, which it usually does for some strange reason. So maybe we want it to come across the front edge here. Best case scenario would be like go bing, 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 but it's not. It's probably gonna go bing, 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 bing. I think it's almost, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure it's programmed to go around the back edges first. Possible. Use seashells. I guess, you know, you could use leaves probably, but I guess seashells work. What they use at like the communal shitters, they have like a brush. They had like a communal brush they use for wiping their ass. Not even joking. Pretty disgusting shit. I'm gonna go outside edge. Yeah. We want it to come through here. Yes, because this has stuff I wanted anyways. So let's go down here and then up here too. And now back to level 0, guys, where it doesn't fucking matter. By the way, I had my standby screen up. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. Perfectly normal. Want that pudding? Good. Take the worthless purple. Thank you very much. Take the worthless green. Thank you very much. Got a pudding. This is where we get our eyeballs. Party streamer. Potential party streamer. Nothing. Wasn't even worth doing that, guys. Yeah. In most cases, guys, it is pretty worthless picking up the gifts because they're almost always spawn a node, and a node doesn't always have an equal... It's not an equal chance of spawning stuff that you actually need or want. Pretty sure we can't get to close this. This is cheap shit. So expensive set. There you go. Bar. We might be able to close this. We could, and it's just one. This is a better thing right there. Actually, this is better. Bitch. Wrong place, guys. Actually, wouldn't have mattered. It would have jumped. Get that value. Early closes used to be much more beneficial. We can only close one side. We'd better be better closing that 'cause it's worth more. There we go. Pushed it, guys. There's some liquor tongues. I do want the pudding. Pudding is worth a lot now. It never used to be as coveted as it is now. And nothing. Could get a liquor tongue. Tongues are not. No. Go. We'll take the consolation prize. It's too greedy. All these suck. Intentional, horrible options here. Make it eat the expensive stuff. Beachfire, I swear to God, is sabotaging the blood webs to make them even more expensive now. I'm on to you, Bloodweb guy. I know you exist. I know you exist, Bloodweb guy. You're there cackling yourself every day. Excuse me, every day. Like, tee hee 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 hee. How can I make these guys spend more money? Tee hee hee. Black hand, we want that. We want it down here. This is like the only close it can do. We could make it gobble expensive stuff too. That'd actually be pretty good. Instead of taking a node, just make it expensive. Ethics. There we go. Lots of ink ribbons. We need those. Guess get it spawn up top. Expensive things now. Yep. I think we're gonna get it spawn outside edges. Yeah. We're gonna get it spawn outside edges. There we go. Look at that shit. Just because I can't close off a section doesn't mean I can't fuck you. So, this is horrendous. Yeah, they do shit like this. They like add like a leg to the side here, guys, so it can just like bounce around and do dumb shit. Yeah, that's new. You want a liquor tongue. What's even going on here? This is another one. Look at this. It has one outside edge, and then it gives like an extra bounce in there. It's like they're analyzing my blood webs, and they're like, yeah, we gotta fuck these even more. Makes sense. Guess we'll just make it eat expensive things then, guys. Got some eyeballs at the expense of closure. Well, we can get to ping pong the top, so this isn't super horrible. I've been worth... So, like, a purple, that's worth, like, what? This is actually more expensive than brown and a yellow put together. Good. We want to close the bottom area. If we can. Puddings. And close this side. I want to spawn here. Go away, entity. Oh, we don't want that. Got a pudding, 2 puddings. Oh, God. We're going to drop right in that. Alright, and then we'll go down to the browns, and then maybe take green. That. There you go. Bracelet. We want to close this bottom area. Top 2. Bye-bye, purples. Bye-bye! Lick your tongue. We wanted to kind of close that guy if we can. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. All the worries that won't be worth jack shit anymore. Yay! We want the ink ribbon. Want to close. Actually, this is like 2 eyeballs in it. It's gonna. That's worth it. We wanted to go through this bottom area. Push top. The fuck you doing, entity? Get the fuck out of here. Gonna jump, yeah. What you doing over here, entity? What are you doing over here? Black hand, puddings, want these. Took that. Now with even more clicking guys in the blood web, even less rewarding. Good job, BHVR. You got us good. I think we want Bam Bam here. Jump, yeah, jumped. Just a tad too greedy. See, they're doing this outside edge thing where each of the outside things is connected to like an outer web. What the fuck is this shit? They're like double wide, complete mesh interconnection between the shit now. What do you even do? So if I get it to spawn down here, it's gonna go like bam, 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 bam. Which I guess is better because those are worth a shitload, but yeah. Here. That was a complete failure. like they bait it. Like, this is a good close across here. And, like, they bait it out. Come over here, teehee. Get to close here. That closes 2, though. We could close here. 2 and maybe more, but then we have to eat expensive shit here. Where's the hat? The hat's on a pole. I was trying out new glasses first, and these glasses aren't even my new glasses, and these aren't even good glasses. Fucking glasses these are. These are easier on my eyes than those are. I don't know what the fuck lenses those are. Those aren't right, though. I don't know what we want, guys. And also, if I wore a hat normally, I'd have to, like, cut out, like, headphone areas. The fuck is this shit? Yes, we're gonna go up here. Yeah. We want to close this right across here. Actually, closing this would be really good, too. This is a lot of nodes, even though there's a purple down here, or Eerie, that I don't want. Closing this guy would actually be best, I think. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. Yep, still got it, BHVR. You can try and take it away. We want to close these bottom ones here. You can try all you want, BHVR. Still got it. But you can only do this as the high-level MMR, or high-level blood webs. The high MMR blood webs, guys. I think we want these two. I want the ink ribbon. Goes without saying, that's the whole reason I'm doing blood webs. I want to close these two right here. Actually, I mean, this is really expensive, too. This is a lot of shit, though. One of those weird square things going on here. It's like designed to fuck you. The weird fucking square one off the actual spawn spot. Right here too. I think we want to go across the side here. We'll see what it does with the squares. I've been trying to make it avoid the squares, but we'll do a square. Yeah, it just goes side. Ink ribbon, we want this guy. This would be too close, too close. The best case scenario is this right here. That is definitely not where we want it. God, entity. Oh my god, it's going wild. One close, not even a one close. This is where we want it, right over here. That is not where we want it. There we go. Hey, look, guys, we get to go back to the levels that don't matter. Cool. Can't wait. Wing, boing, 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 ding, ding, ding. I'm even more excited to level now, guys, because it has a different sound. Funny thing about this, guys, is you reach maximum prestige, and it doesn't really make anything better. You don't really get anything from it. Still have to do add-ons. It'd be nice if it just removed add-ons when you got to like max prestige or something, but you don't. Oh, the BP grind continues, and then you have to BP grind for other killers too, which is still worse than it used to be. Prior to the anniversary update, the only thing that it helps with is regrinding on new killers, and even then, it's not really that great because you have to prestige up a bunch of killers to do that. Eyeball. No options. Make it eat the expensive shit. I'm just gonna do a little numbing, not a big numbing. I think it can actually close that. I don't know if it's worth it because we had to eat a purple to do that. Good. Got to eat the expensive shit. I think it could close that. No, that's too far in. Crap. Outside first. Nothing. It can gobble that. We can get it to try, though. Oh, no, it didn't jump. Good. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Yeah. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. You guys get rid of greens? Right here, we can see if we spawn it there. I don't think we has enough move points. Guess just get it to eat the purple. I want the eyeball anyways. Blackhand, I want that. Eerie, we don't want that, because they're worthless. And now it just comes down to cheap shit. Trying to hide the cheap shit from me, isn't it? Those. Eyeball and a liquor tongue. We want the ink ribbon. Those. We eat the greens that no one wants because they're all worthless, except for the liquor tongue. And even according to Ott's guide, the liquor tongue isn't even that good. Instead, you should get the add-on that reduces the number of cases because it reduces the number of infections, or reduces the infection cleanses, guys. Best add-on for Nemesis, according to the Ott's guide, is the cased. Okay. Yeah, got to remove that one infection from the game. I don't know how many people you're whipping and just letting go, but yeah. You know. It's not gonna be, even if we go through here, guys, it's not gonna be able to eat this. This is a fox. Push like this, and then we're gonna get the spawn edges, and then we're gonna clean up. Nope. There we go. Edges. It's gonna spawn here, but it's not gonna cut off like any of this shit. It might cut off that one. They're all too close together. You can get it to spawn bottom, which is, I think, is what we're gonna do. Eries are very expensive, and they serve no purpose for me. We want that, though. Yep. Okay. We don't want that. Let's go down here. Go. Want the black hand. Get it to cut that off. The Erie. This is worth what? So 2 browns are worth less than Erie is. Eries are very expensive. We get it to spawn left side, it's going to close 2 off. And we have to eat a bunch of fodder along the way, apparently. We'd have to eat that. Even then, I don't think we were going to be able to get it to close. I'll have to eat the ebony. Maybe not. Let's find out. Yeah, I'll have to eat it. That was negative. Because of that one fucking Erie. Let's get it to go across there. Erie once again. Get top edge. On. Went inside. Bam, 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 bam. Yep. Ribbon, we want that. Want to close the bottom. Negatory, Ghost Rider. Negatory! Oh my god. We're out. Alright guys, what do we end up with? We have 23 ribbons. That's no, excuse me. That would have been good. We have 13 ribbons. We got plus 13 ribbons. We got like 35 eyeballs. We have about 30 bracelets. 29 bracelets. 20 tongues. The ribbons, guys, we got plus 13. It takes a lot more than 13 games to get 2 million blood points, and that's with using flans and puddings. All right, let's look at streamers. We got 4 streamers. And what's that? 13 puddings? Puddings. So roughly 20 double BP games. Oh my fucking god. How many black hands did we get? We got 8 black hands. For 2 million blood points, guys. It is definitely net negative. You are, if you run purples or Eries, you are very much net negative still compared to the anniversary update. 150%. I had to take a piss, guys. We're back. Okay. Much better, guys. Jesus Christ. We've played like no games tonight, guys. Music? Hello? Christ. What happened to my music? Okay. Thanks, YouTube. Good? Okay. We played one game tonight, guys. And it's already 2:30 in the morning. Jesus fucking Christ. How long was I fucking doing the... What the fuck happened to my night? How long was I doing Bloodweb for? Half an hour? Incredible. Such a huge waste of time, guys, and you get almost nothing out of it that's fun. That is absolutely incredible as shit. Thanks, BHVR. No problem! We aim to please, except for killers. If you're a killer main, fuck you. Oh, okay, BHVR. I see. I get it, I don't pay the bills because I don't have any skins to buy. Well, killers are a small subset of the player base, but you know. Good. Maybe. They have like an ultra private profile. This is weird. There's like absolutely nothing on the profile. Looks really weird. We're in next game it. What do you mean, silly? Mm-hmm. do 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 do. Where'd you go, Q? There it is. Three globes and a private profile. This is different than the last private profile I saw. The last private profile had like add friend and then the dots. And the other one had like weird like a weird menu system on it. I don't know what the fuck that was. These guys are all playing Fangs. Okay. I guess. They're all playing different skin Fangs. Hook spread. I still have my shitty wreath on. Mm-hmm. And Ormond! Scam off. Yes, Ormond, my friend. The likeliness we'll get a cheater lobby is very high. Cool. Did we get a cheater lobby, guys? I don't know why they like Ormond, but they do. At the same time of night, too. Either Shack or Right Gen. They usually like Shack first. There has to be 3 people here. We saw 2. Back on the gen. You're up. Nope. You guys, here, let me tap this gen real quick for you guys. I don't think anyone's over by the Fang. We'll find out here shortly. Buy some time. Good. Good job. Buddy. Yeah. Got a lovely, lovely strategic gen and hook. Okay. That probably means no one else is over here. Feng's trying to sneak here. That probably means there's no one over here. Oh, this Feng. Let's try. Trying to sneak over here. Okay. No pull. She went phase 2 regardless. Pick up. Good job. Phase 2. Hit. Gotta pick her up before the friends show up. Oh my god, we're gonna get slapped here. We'll see. Oh, DS. And she fucked that up. I'd have actually got somewhere if she didn't waste time on the pallet slap. Alright, guys. Going. Hey. Oh, STBFL guys literally fucking did work there. Pretty sure the other one went upstairs. There she is. Good job. Dead hard. Good dead hard. We know she doesn't have Unbreakable because none of these guys popped it. So. There is a lot of Feng crying here going on, if I do say so myself. Yep. Oh yeah. Give Feng. Fangs love the hentai, guys. Yeah, they do. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Now wait for a 4% deliverance? The longer she takes on the hook, the less time the guy has to crawl and find hatch. But she probably thinks I was going to hook the other guy. So. Check. Usually has a higher chance of spawning hatch. Ha. Got the gen back, guys. They did a number on that. Let's wait for hatch to spawn before we move. Branch now? Third Hatch-Chan spawn, guys. Let's find out. Hatch-Chan spawn, I don't know. Hatch-Chan spawn, give a shout. Sometimes like spawning in right there on that stairwell. Ah, there it is. But you can still adrenaline play, so we aren't going to close it. Probably why your friend left, but she didn't. It's definitely a 4-man Feng lobby. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Oh. You almost died. Actually, I think she's gonna die, isn't she? Yeah. I don't think we make that. Bye, Fang. Yeah. If I saw that hook right away, we possibly could have made that. Probably could have made that, but we didn't, so. Did she have adrenaline? Nope, she didn't. Patiently waiting to die. This is quite the smorgasbord of perks here, guys, if I do say so myself. 4 other people can be good with the high MMR squad. I don't think this is one. DS, DS, DH, OTR, and DS. Not the first Feng we killed either. The first Feng we killed, I think, is this guy. Yeah, she had DS, who had 10,000 points somehow. Okay. That makes complete sense, by the way. Let's highlight this. This is a lovely Feng match, guys. That's a lovely Feng match, if I do say so myself. Mm-hmm. Next game. We got... Ah, this is the cheat squad we played against yesterday. Again. Next game. Anonymous. Next game. do 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 do. Hmm. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I said when they send you the same fucking map, guys, it's fucking weird when that shit happens. The last, except for one map offering, every single one has been a duplicate of the map that I've just played the day out, like the game after. It's fucking weird. I don't know why that happens. And it's like either the game knows or something. I'm not sure. Maybe that's BHVR doing things. I don't do that though. I don't play that. Because the second time we go there, it's almost always a cheat squad taking me there for some reason. Weird. Like they got to show you good or something. I don't fucking know. Very weird. Putting aside Ormond is generally where cheaters like to go in the first place. Fang Squad obviously wasn't cheating, but... Yep.
Dead by daylight.
Putting aside cheaters don't necessarily need to, use a map offering to take you to a map. Depends on how good their cheat is, what kind of cheat they're using. Mm-hmm. Good. Makes me wonder if actually doing like BP takes twice more than 30 minutes. Takes like 45 minutes to do. That's pretty absurd. It's like they're nowheres. The for globe lobby. Not vac ban. 143 days. What? Why is we saw one guy yesterday with 145 days, and the guy before the day before I thought was the same guy with 144 days? Is there a vac wave that just happened? You're playing against that. That's also red ping. Next game. Hmm. Region equals DC, huh? Okay. Dodge this guy? Hmm. And party streamers. All right. Off we go, guys. Hmm. Misery. Macmillian Estate, guys. Alrighty, let's break our cuck door right away. And see where we go. Oh my god, the timing. She just kept it up. I thought we actually could body block that. I don't know why she did that. Your dumb shit. Back? Nope. Not react to my red light. Oh, that is one really fucked up auto dead hard if I've ever seen one, so she's definitely cheating. Yeah, she doesn't respond to red light at all. Definitely cheating. Yep. Oh, she's got cocky. All she had to do is run in straight lines. Definitely cheating. We're gonna cam off, guys. He is cheating. Yes. Bang. She's outrunning me right now. Dumbass too. Win. Buddy. Go over here to the other gen. Not very good, guys, but very, very fucking fast. See you guys. Guy. Yeah. Beautiful. bed now. Yeah. No. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. Sandbaiter. Buddy. Good job. Nice macro, by the way. Actually, what am I doing? Let's go over to the thing. Or just go over here. We can actually punch him and still be fine too. So. Yep. I know he has OTR. Pretty obvious. On. Doing great, guys. Yep. Yeah. Not sure exactly why he has a macro, guys. You can hear it when he literally clicks his flashlight. Consider he's not really all that great. Zombies are on that guy, so that's good. Macro, though. Hey, buddy. We know he doesn't have... Let's go to the back to the Jake. We know that guy doesn't have a Unbreakable. Jake might have Unbreakable, though. Alright. Wait for 4% deliverance. So other guys seem relatively normal. The Neo is definitely cheating, though. Surprise. Like the flashlight clicks, though, dude. Let's see if he has DS. We have more than enough time to go into another chase if he has DS, so. You know. This guy's kind of sus, though, with this fucking macro that seems to go off whenever he fucking drops stuff. Or he has like he has like a flashlight macro that's bound to his key to drop stuff. The fuck is that? Very weird. No, Boone went up. I didn't even hear a Boone. I didn't fucking hear a Boone at all. There's our Steven. You gonna make me vault the window? Nope. Got me good, though. Thanks, Steven. Good. These guys literally through the game, guys. Just fuck the pooch hardcore. Save that Nia. Yeah, it was definitely cheating. Yeah, Jake's not like the weird thing about him is that fucking weird ass macro that seems to be tied to his action keys. But I think that you could potentially do that with just a macro program. Weird. Else. Yeah, that was 100% auto dead hard. So that the specific auto dead hard there, guys, was at that pallet at the beginning of the game where I whipped the I don't know what spool you can call it. There's a pallet and there's a spool right here. I whipped the spool, and then I dragged it over the top to get around the side to whip her, and her auto dead hard went off like literally at the last, not even second, the last millisecond when I went over the edge there. There was because it didn't go off when I whipped. It went off after I went around the corner. Because you didn't see an animation at all. It literally went off when I went around the corner. Not when I whipped, not prior to the whip to dead hard the whip. It went off specifically after it did damage to her, which is partially after I whipped. Yeah, so it wasn't just auto dead hard before I whipped or on the whip. It was after, only when it did damage to her did it actually go off. That's 100% auto dead hard. That guy's for sure cheating. Putting aside the speed hack on top of it. Definitely cheating. And the guy wasn't remotely competent either. And like tried to show me good at the kill shack by trying to run me at the kill shack and just completely botched that. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. Then they crouched after they took damage too. It just made it even weirder and just like sat there for a bit. Like you can tell like the player consciousness or the player reaction is completely behind whatever automation that they're using. Like what they're doing compared to what the assisted skill is doing for them is just completely separate. Like we'll get people, that's not the first time that's happened, we'll get people that will like crouch in the open or crouch after they drop a pallet, but after they take damage or whatever, like they think they're gonna get away with it, and then like they don't like get out of it right away either. Like they like sit there expecting the whip to miss, and then it doesn't miss, and they just like sit there like not knowing what's going on or something. I don't fucking know what it is. Definitely something weird. Yeah, weird shit, guys. Neo's for sure cheating, though. Other guys, other than that, didn't look really weird outside the ordinary. I think we had a no pull, didn't we? Maybe not. Very weird. Alrighty, guys. Unfortunately, we didn't get that many games tonight, guys. That's because we had a lot of shit going on, and then on top of it, like fucking like 30 minutes of fucking Bloodweb. Jesus Christ, 30, 40 minutes of Bloodweb is obnoxious. Yeah, the blood points are even worse than they were prior to the anniversary update. They're horrible. It makes the whole system is horrible when you use it. It makes you just regret fucking doing it. At least when it was prior to the anniversary update, you could do multiple like level 50 Bloodwebs, right? It felt like you accomplished something. Now you don't do fucking shit. You just literally click a button for the first 30 levels. It doesn't do anything. Even then, after that, it's like 40 levels. It doesn't even do anything. And then you finally get to the point where you can do something with it. And, like, it only lasts for 10 levels. And then you go back, raid, and do the same thing over again. We do have a highlight, though, of our Claude game from earlier. Our lovely, no, Feng game. Our Feng game earlier. Lovely Feng game. Very beautiful Fangs in their natural habitat. Mm-hmm. And Ormond. Let's cam off. Yes, Ormond, my friend. The likeliness we'll get a cheater lobby is very high. Cool. Did we get a cheater lobby, guys? Or gotta pick her up before the friends show up. Oh my god, we're gonna get slapped here. We'll see. We're actually fine. Oh, DS. And she fucked that up. I'd have actually got somewhere if she didn't waste time on the pallet slap. Alright, guys. It looked like she had sabotage there. You see it? Looked like she was saboing or something. And STBFL literally doing fucking work. Oh, STBFL guys literally fucking did work there. It's like I know this guy. Upstairs. Good deal. Oh, yeah. Adrenaline play. Actually, I think she. This is a lovely Feng match, guys. That's a lovely Feng match, if I do say so myself. Good. All right, guys. Unfortunately, we had kind of a weird stream tonight, guys. That happens. That happens on occasion. But yeah, guys. Tomorrow will be more Dead by Daylight, so you guys have that to look forward to. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed our very minimal amount of games, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Our games tonight, or our stream tonight, went really fucking fast. I think that has a lot to do with us, obviously, watching reviews for the 770 series from Intel, but then on top of it, yeah, the fucking blood web. I swear to God, the blood web just munched a bunch of time. Very weird. But I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.